Okay, I have played Metroid Fusion before. It was a really long time ago, back when it first came out, and I think I must. Apparently, I played it again on the Wii U Virtual Console because I had a save on it. Who knew? But it's been long enough that I don't remember any of the specific level design. We call this an amnesia playthrough. It's not blind. I remember a lot of the bosses and some of the cool stuff with the SAX, but I don't remember the specific level layout. Probably about as amnesiac as the Super Metroid playthrough was. We just came off of Metroid Other M, which is going to recontextualize all the stuff with the Atom computer in an interesting way. But I'm happy to be finishing the Metroid franchise focus with a good Metroid game and not Other M. That would be depressing. Live on top of the Hellmouth. Yeah, exactly. Metroid 4. I remembered liking that we were finally making a Metroid game that took place. It was a sequel. I remember feeling like this game was, along with Zero Mission, were time capsules. Like they made them around the same time as Super Metroid and said don't open until 2002. Which is, there's also a Penny Arcade comic that says the same thing. Prime 4 has everyone has a good reason to be very worried about Prime 4. It got announced with the title only, and the developer got scrapped. They brought in Retro Studios who made the Prime games, but the Retro they brought in isn't the same Retro that made the Prime games, so who knows what's going to happen. I'm playing this on the Wii U Virtual Console, which washes out the colors a little bit, but I think it should be fine. It's cleaner than N64 Virtual Console on the Wii U is not great. Once again, found myself on the surface of SR388. It's the Metroid 2 planet, if I recall. I love the look of this game. It's gorgeous. I love this era of graphics. Like the GBA Super Nintendo 16-bit style. Attacked by a life form I had never encountered before. Only later that I learned the identity of my attacker, the parasitic organism we now know as X. As I was returning, disaster struck. As the X infested my central nervous system, I lost consciousness. My shift drifted into an asteroid belt. I talked about Fusion before and saying that this is where they like come up with a cool story reason why Samus doesn't have her upgrades. Just makes it kind of crazy that that inspiration led to this game, and then why doesn't Samus have her upgrades led to Other M as well in a very different way from the same developer. Biologics also recovered it, transported me to Galactic Federation HQ. During the journey, the X multiplied within me, corrupting large areas of my power suit. It came to light that the organic components of my power suit could become so integrated with my system that could not be removed while I was unconscious. Large portions of my suit had to be surgically removed, dramatically altering my physical appearance. And this is why we haven't had any sequels to Metroid Fusion. This is a cool, like, sci-fi horror thing for the game to open with, too. It's fitting for the setting, I feel like. Vaccine, Metroid. Federation managed to preserve a cell culture. And the last infant Metroid from SR388. I love she says that so, like, casually, and how ridiculous this all seems in the context of Other M, right? Parasites were immediately and completely destroyed. the baby. One life ended, yet I survived. Reborn as something different. Got a bunch of goop on my suit. You mean it's not a 2-hour CG movie before the gameplay starts? It's Hatchling Metroid. They use basically every word other than baby. Yeah, I love that even when they start mentioning the Federation, we don't see the Federation, right? There's not like a doctor character they introduce it to, because it doesn't matter. What matters is that it's Samus. Biologic Space Labs, or BSL. I don't know how to describe this, and maybe there's a term for it in Japanese, but the Japanese fascination with English acronyms and abbreviations is frustrating to me. It's everywhere. Fisherman's Horizon, but we all call it FH. Okay. I think maybe it like sounds cool in Japanese. Following the commands of this blunt computerized CO is something I have to bear. It was a condition of my taking the ship. For someone who dislikes taking orders, this is the second time I found myself having to do so. Makes me recall my other CO. Oh no. You can't unsee it once you learn about it. It's so common. NB. Stop. Just stop it. Okay, this isn't actually a good game. Yeah, I know there's the... They love to contract things, right? Read about that a lot in the Legends of Localization, the Earthbound book. There's an explosion in the quarantine bay. The bay currently stores capsules containing recent samples from SR-388, as well as parts of your suit infected by the X parasites. Cause of the explosion is unclear. Investigate. So unable to use most of your latent abilities. Don't forget that. Like, the complaints about Fusion seem really quaint now, having played Other M, where it's like they're not completely unreasonable. There's a reason people were frustrated. But it feels like, you know, complaining about Zelda Skyward Sword, which is still a fine game, versus complaining about, like, the CDI Zeldas. Oops, figure out what buttons are here. Definitely not ZR, apparently. Makes you appreciate what you have more. I think that's the main reason I was unprepared for Other M, because I assumed that it was the typical gamer hyperbole. People that would say that Skyward Sword is absolute garbage, trash game, it's not even a Zelda, it's worthless. It's got its problems, I can say that much about it. I can't go back. I like the look of this game a lot. I like the whole SAX concept. It's very fitting for the... Because I feel like Metroid has always been horror adjacent. And maybe in a way that's even better than, like, Castlevania. I can backtrack further, right? Okay, the thing doesn't respawn. I'm sure there's not some buttons or actions that I don't have access to yet. Can't morph ball yet. This is unfortunate news. The specimens brought back by the field team were infected by X parasites. We learned by killing that one thing. Got it. It can mimic its prey. Any specimen could have hosted it. Before the explosion, a security sensor scanned one. The X parasites invade and rapidly reproduce, killing the host creature. Absorb DNA and use it to mimic the host. Only the Metroid vaccine saved your life. Metroids are the main predators of the X. That's why the vaccine works so quickly and so well. You'll never be infected by X again. You can now absorb free-floating X parasites by touching them. It's just kind of a cool idea, too, where it's like the pickups are like a diegetic thing now. You don't have to wonder, why am I getting these little healing orbs when I kill enemies? Am I, like, eating their souls or something? It's like, it's new universe and lore expanding to imply, oh, there's these X parasites, and the Metroids used to eat them. But it's not, like, completely stupid. Pants on head stupid. Like the stuff they introduce in Other M. Chance of survival is extremely low. So I think that's interesting too, where like the computer is like, hey, you know, because of the premise of this game, you've been completely disabled, so I'm not going to let you go to the area at the end of the game right now, because you're going to get destroyed, versus Samus and Other M, who's at full power. Right. It's still not great. I'd still prefer they to take a Breath of the Wild approach where you could just go to the end of the game and get killed if you weren't strong enough, right? The fact that they got rid of most of the sequence breaking and free exploration in this one is kind of unfortunate, but... yeah, it marks what color the doors were. Other M had an interesting solution to making the drops diegetic. Not having them at all. Ugh. When you're almost dead, you can heal. Oh, this is cool. But I can't crawl yet. Sure. Yeah. And I could still see them gating it just through abilities. I think that it's like when the game literally locks a door because a computer said, I locked it. That feels worse to players, even if it's redundant or it degenerates to just getting an ability that opens the same pathway, right? It feels better to have a ledge that you can't reach because you need to be able to jump higher than it does to have a ledge you can't reach because a computer locked the door that goes to it. Dumb fan sub for Other M. Recontextualize it as Samus wanting to do a low % run to piss Adam off, and him yelling at her to stop. Download missiles. Yeah, I think that's fair, Walter. I think that obfuscating things in games is often important, depending on the game. And depending on what you're trying to obfuscate. I've talked before about part of the reason I like RuneScape so much as an MMO is because it's a naked grind. Like, its grinds are no more grindy than any other MMO. It is honest about what they are. But I think when it comes to progression in a Metroidvania, it's important to make your keys and locks, you obfuscate them as much as possible, right? You don't want it to literally be a key and a lock if you can avoid it. Rough Federation commander I served under. He called me lady on missions. From anyone else, it would have sounded sarcastic, but Adam made it sound dignified. I named the computer after him. Yeah, it's like you get one quick line of dialogue as you're going up an elevator. It's fine. If they kept doing characterization like this, it would be fine. Still makes me feel slightly uncomfortable compared to like the way it's handled in Super Metroid. The same with the Prime games. I feel a little uncomfortable with NPCs showing up and talking, but it's brief enough that I can overlook it. Yeah, no, I agree, Walter. The classic example I bring up is the flame earrings in Skyward Sword. It's one of the most boring upgrades in that game, or in any Zelda game. It just lets you go into an area that you couldn't go into before. I think maybe it makes it so you take slightly less fire damage from normal sources, so it feels different from just giving you the fire key. Data room is just ahead. Oh, I didn't even think about the hyper beam. Yeah, that would have been a good answer for why she couldn't use her abilities. Hold R and press B. I guess at some point you have to start including keys that don't have some mechanical functionality. It's hard to completely avoid those. Sometimes games will do it by like splitting the ability upgrade into like pieces. Like Treasure Adventure World does that, where you have to find the nav pearl that tells you where the upgrade is. Maybe related to the X. I'll work on it. As for you, try to find another way to the target. It's located here. Getting huge biosigns. I hope your missiles work. Turn X parasites into missiles. Got it. Still arbitrary when it unlocks, yeah. I don't think I can do this, right? No, because of the way the wall jump works, you can't climb one side to bounce back and forth. Okay. Do you want to go somewhere else first game? I thought I could go down there already. Maybe I have to save first. So. Occasional keys are fine. You just don't want them to be like part of the core gameplay loop, I don't think. I can't go down this. Oops. Sorry, I might hit that button a couple times while I'm trying to figure this out. Down doesn't work. That's where it says it wants me to go. I can't get to that red door because I can't jump up there. I'm not supposed to go. Oh, here we go. Interesting choice. Hey, now I know how that works. Wonderful. Yeah, right. I think that's true also. It's an attack. Like, is it an attack, though? It's weird getting the missiles before Morph Ball or bombs. Love the X Parasite also explains why enemies can respawn. It's kind of cool. I think games don't need to have diegetic explanations of their mechanics, but it can be sometimes fun when they try to come up with stuff. I like trying to come up with a diegetic reason for... Shit, I can't backtrack to the save point. For why the player's able to die and respawn. A lot of fun stuff with that in games like Dark Souls. Hey, this thing. Hey, how's Ring Fit treating you, Leon? Gotta have to shoot this thing. That's right. It's a good way to make sure that you always have access to missiles, too. Morph ball recovered. Sweet. Do about 20 to 30-minute sessions most days. I'm currently tracking my Ring Fit play to how long Andrea does her jazzercise. Oops. I need to find a way to turn that off. I'm going to keep pressing it otherwise. Sweet. Wonder what their reasoning was for having so many doors that lock behind you, too. And it's not that big of a deal. We've seen now how bad it can get. I'm thankful for Metroid Fusion. Breeding environments been invaded by parasites. Sector 1 shows several abnormalities in biosensors. I feel like you could make a New Game Plus version of this game that strips out all of the Adam dialogue. Makes you wonder, though, is like Metroid Fusion subdued and mild in terms of the amount of dialogue that's in the game and the amount of text that's in the game because of technical limitations? Like, would Sakamoto have made something like Other M if this hadn't have been a GBA game? Limitations do breed creativity. Don't think a lack of limitation just turns everyone into an idiot. Sub-Zero containment. Was there something cool in here? Cool. Yeah, that's cool. I like that there's that slow pan over. Notice how the game didn't cut... Oh my god! Is that Ridley? And spend like 7 seconds... I can't believe that cutscene towards the end of Other M where you see the shell of Ridley would have been such a cool little set piece if the game didn't stop in its tracks for Samus to talk about it. Like, shut up. Oh. Being told no is a big one. We've seen that happen a lot. Yeah. Similar problems in Kojima games. Love that walking sound. Cool. Big fan. That was great. Let's see, when this game came out, I was 15. I remember SAX being pretty creepy. Do a good job of building dread with that. Yeah, I didn't even think about that while it was happening, but you're right. It's like they planned to do something more with Ridley with the whole empty shell thing. Like, oh man, what did Ridley hatch into? Oh, nothing. It doesn't matter. The game's just over now, by the way. Bye. If I had gone to Sector 2, would Adam have blocked me from exploring it? Shaft has been damaged. It'll be unusable for some time. I'm locked here, okay. Hey, Jaden, how you doing? The X have invaded the atmospheric stabilizers. Must want to alter the environment to their needs. They're already reproducing. Clear all 5 stabilizers to stop them. I've said this a million times, but I really wish AAA devs would be willing to make AAA 16-bit games. Like, the indie sphere has shown that people are willing to play them and pay top dollar for them. Or even if, you know, they spend less money on developing another 16-bit Metroid game, they could charge less for it and still get people to buy it. You get a lot more done. It's so weird to me that once we learned to sculpt, we stopped painting in the AAA sphere, right? It would be like if film studios stopped funding lower budget, lower stakes movies and only ever made Avengers style blockbusters, right? Yeah, Sonic Mania, that was a good way to do it. They got an indie dev to make a game, official game for them. Fusion was under 5 megabytes. Yeah, I guess that has gotten worse now, hasn't it? You still see some bankrolling of lower budget films, lower scope films by bigger studios, even if they're not the ones doing the development. Well, in this case, it might be locking me in the room to make sure I understand the core mechanic, which is fine. Make sure I understand that I'm able to progress. Three more units malfunctioning. Mid-tier $10 million movie is like a AA game. Rare, happen once or twice a year. Shorter. I guess maybe I'll have to go back and track this, but I got the sense that the whole no longer painting after learning how to sculpt thing that discrepancy between gaming and film was more true like 10 years ago. Maybe video game developers were ahead of the curve. Maybe that's also been true for a while. This is nice. Look at this. I didn't have to get this right now. Could have come back later with the Spring Ball or Spider Ball, whatever's in Fusion, I don't remember. How's the game volume to my voice, by the way? It's sometimes hard to tell with the Wii U. Okay, thanks. As long as you can clearly hear. Game's still running a little quiet. Okay, thanks. I don't know if that helps. X-Parasite Space Pirates. That's the reason for why all the classic Metroid creatures are here, because of the X-Parasites. Did the Prime Trilogy re-release block sequence breaks? That's unfortunate. I didn't know that. Okay, turn the game up a little bit. The equalizer is higher than I'm usually comfortable with it being in OBS, but if it gets to be too loud, let me know. You leave until I do the thing. I think I did most of our Prime playthrough in Prime Trilogy. I do remember having issues with free aim, you know. How is Disney getting around that right now, Leon? Isn't Disney effectively able to say, hey, we own so many studios that you have to play these movies on this number of screens, this number of showings, otherwise we won't send you anything? It's just that they don't own the theater. Oh, I love the GameCube. It's one of my favorite controllers. I like the clicky analog shoulder buttons, the big green do button, even though everybody made fun of it at the time. It does make sense if you have one button that you're using more than every other button, which is true in virtually every video game. So this is the kind of wall that I'm fine with locking me out from, right? Just when the door seems to lock arbitrarily, where you're like, really, game? That's a, I think it was like a Game Informer April Fool's Day joke or something that's always stuck with me. They did the mock-up of the Dolphin controller, and it was just a pad with a gigantic green do button on it. That's where I get referring to like the press the button to missile in Other M as a do button. In violation of the block booking rule, not the theater ownership one. I see. It's so refreshing to be playing this game. I'll occasionally point out stuff that's like, oh, that's kind of unfortunate that they did it that way, but just know that that's like the most mild possible complaint compared to Other M. The bar has been permanently lowered. So I don't know how many of these I have to kill. I think it's more than 3. Let's farm some missiles real quick. Little guy in the background there. Great. It could be worse. I was saying the Other M had the opposite of crosscodes, Passover Dayenu, where it's like, if this was the only thing that was bad, that would have been enough. Oh, they tricked me! So tricksy. How dare you look like a little Chozo upgrade thing. It's cute. Charge beam. If it was just that the story was stupid, that would have been enough. If the story was stupid, but the gameplay wasn't also stupid, that would have been enough. Oh, what is that? You automatically shoot a charge shot when you switch to Morph Ball. Interesting. I know I keep singing its praises, but I just love the look of this game. It's gorgeous to me. Right before games started to go more like 32-bit with more pseudo 3D elements, right? I haven't been able to figure out if that's strictly a nostalgia thing, that's the art style I grew up with, and so I long for it, or if I actually just really like the aesthetic. Probably a little column A, a little column B. It does look better than Zero Mission. But Zero Mission looked pretty good too, though. I was surprised to realize that there was controversy around Zero Mission. I enjoyed that game. Saying that Zero Mission and the Resident Evil 1 remake are the 2 best remakes of all time. In terms of being pretty faithful to the original property, but also introducing a lot of new ideas, and expanding on the original game in a bunch of cool ways. I don't know if I can go through that door all the way to the left. Let's go check. There's a Game Maker's Toolkit video where he complains about Zero Mission quite a bit, which is unfortunate. I agree with him on a lot of stuff. Let's see. I guess I didn't disagree with his individual points, but I guess I thought they were less severe than he was making them out to be. That makes sense. It's one of those like, no, you're not wrong about that, but I still like it. Boss key 0 mission might be right. I've been noticing a trend, and I'm doing my best to suppress it myself, but it's like the Dark Souls 2 problem, right? Where some early content creator points out something like, all of the enemies in this game are armored humans, right? And it becomes like a really easy way to just kind of dismiss the whole game and say that it's bad. And it's like, Dark Souls 2 is still a really good game. Yeah, it doesn't have the spiral level design, but like, does it need to? It's kind of like, it's like once you watch the video where he says, hey, the level design of this game is different from Dark Souls 1, it's not Miyazaki style, there's all these impossible spaces. It's like a foregone conclusion that that's a bad thing. You stop and think for a second, it's like, wait, is it maybe kind of cool that it's different? I don't know. Yeah, so I think there's some challenge in like making an observation about a game or levying criticism against it without it becoming a quick go-to reason to not like something. H-Bomber Guy is a pretty good video defending Dark Souls 2. That's actually what made me think about it. Where it's like, wow, yeah, I do kind of hold all of these thoughts about Dark Souls 2 that are just kind of arbitrary things that everybody was repeating in chat at the time. I should play Dark Souls 2 again. It would be effectively blind for me. Borderline amnesia playthrough. I just need to stay away from touching Dark Souls for a couple decades. And then when I'm a 50-year-old streamer, I'll do a senility playthrough of the Soulsborne series. Stabilizers on. Suspect the X entered this sector with the help of our unseen saboteur. He or it may be in TRO now. Is your objective clear? Yes. I'm trying to remember the context in which I heard it. I heard this on NPR when Andrea and I went to go get some Taco Bell recently. This guy was making this point that, like... Let me read this really quick. As I listened to the briefing, my thoughts turned to Adam. The real Adam understood me well. He would end orders by saying, "Any objections, lady?" He knew I wouldn't disagree. That was just his way of noting our trust. I wonder if I can trust this computer, too. Don't think you can. The guy in NPR said something like, everyone likes to think that people who are critics and critical of things are pessimists, but critics are the real optimists, because critics, to be critical of something is to suggest that there's a better way. Right, that things are able to be improved, and that the alternative is to say, no, this is just the way it is, just don't hope for anything different, basically. Which is about as pessimistic as you can get. Yeah, I like that outtake. I feel bad sometimes because I think some people can hear me being critical about a game and be like, wow, you're just shitting all over this. Like, no, it's because I like it. And I can imagine ways that I could like it even more. It's an X mimicking you. I love a little music for that. I've nicknamed it the SAX, the saxophone. The SAX came from the capsule containing your infected suit parts. Oh, that makes sense. Used a power bomb to escape the quarantine bay. That's cool. Fits logically. It's not a random BT dubs reveal. Also fits with the whole setup of the way the X parasites work up to this point, which they've reinforced both in the story and mechanically. The SAX is definitely our biggest worry. If you see the SAX, just run. Don't think about fighting. Still vulnerable to cold. I love that. Yeah, as a side effect of the Metroid vaccine. You can be frozen by an ice beam. That's fucking great. Big fan. HQ says they have bomb data in the data room. Still by a level 1 hatch. Have to find the security room and release the hatch. First safety protocol is not marked on the map. Okay. Got it. Got it. Shut up. Got it. Yes. Objective clear. Yeah, exactly, Walter. I think that's why, like, really mediocre products, like super middle of the road, are just they're way less interesting. I don't want to sit here and explain how you could make, you know, a shitty movie tie-in game better, because who cares? But I've been thinking about it more and more, and I think some combination of that comment from the NPR commentator and the monologue at the end of Ratatouille kind of jointly represent my thoughts on criticism. Oh, I think I remember how these things work. It's like if a parasite gets to them, they grow, so you need to not kill stuff in the room. This one already starts there. Wonder if I can cheese my way. I'm gonna die before I find out. Zoom. Thank you. Probably not. Although I like that it's even possible. I don't think there was a single power-up in Other M that you could get earlier than the game intended you to get it. It might be because I stopped looking once it appeared that that was the case. Or if I need to... bombs. Excuse you. Right, but none of them were off the beaten path. I think it ended up being true that any secrets in that game were a maximum of 1 room away from the critical path. Super hidden. I guess I wish this was an ability instead of a security room that just unlocks the doors for you, but I don't know. You can have ability bloat, I guess. I guess it's one of those situations where it's like I'd prefer my keys to be ability to have uses other than being a key, but you can also go too far with that if you're not careful. Oh, Mandalorian is great. I envy you. Disney Plus to watch Hamilton. Oh, that's too bad, Kara. Glad you like Sekiro. It's my, I think it's my favorite game series mechanically. Like, when I am about to die, preserve my brain in a jar and just, like, wire me up so I can just play FromSoft games forever. Also do the same thing to Miyazaki, force his brain to keep developing them forever. Be an ideal afterlife for me. It's too bad, I love Dark Souls 3. Sweet! You can hear the footsteps of the SAX. That's so cool. I feel like this thing is more cracked than it was before. It's kind of neat. In case you didn't know to check for it. Mandalorian also a few tricksy game. Mandalorian makes me excited for that tech they built to make the show, right? Hopefully they're able to contract it out to more studios. It's like this set where there's this like panoramic screen around it, and they can use Unreal Engine to like dynamically change the set so that the actors can actually see what's around them, as opposed to them just being in front of a green screen and they can't see the things that are projected there. It looks really good in the show. Tracking for telegraphic attacks. Well, Sekiro is a very different game. I recommend it wholeheartedly. There's only one boss in that game I don't like, and I don't even think it's because it's a badly designed boss, I just don't think it's a Sekiro boss. So you spend a big chunk of the game unlearning how to play it like Bloodborne, then you get a boss fight that you have to fight like a Bloodborne boss. Do my eyes deceive me, or is this a room where I'm meant to do this? I don't know the timing in this one, hold up. For any of them, you know. Is it like really slow in this one? I feel like, is Fusion the one where you can do this, but there's like a height limit to how high you can go, and it's only you can do it like 3 times or something? That's way slower than like Super Metroid. I may not be able to at all in this one. Yeah, you're right. Once I get up to the one in the air, I think it shoots me down. That's unfortunate. I thought this room was going to be designed specifically for this. This, like, suspicious block here, right? Maybe it was Zero Mission is the one where you can do it, but it is like set, there's a cooldown, so you can't do it too many times. Oh well. Think so? Try. It works with task tools. No, wall jump won't work because the way it works in this one, you can't gain height on the same wall. It forces you out. You have no control of your character once you leave the wall until you get to that point, and then you can change your direction again. Yeah. Probably the high jump or whatever. I'm sure I get that soon enough. That's not soon enough. I feel like the charge time is perfect in this game. It doesn't feel bad to always be charging Mega Man style. To morph and unmorph in the air. Wow. Interesting. So it does work if you do that, but probably not something a human would do most of the time. Kidding, right? There's got to be a way out of here. Ah, thanks, game. Guessing the high jump's on the other side of this door, then. We're scientists supposed to get around. Yeah. Samus thinks she's all special with her Chozo suit, but everyone just has a Chozo suit, their standard issue. Kind of a weird secret. Or not even really a secret. I mentioned this in other games, but I've always kind of interpreted it as like Space Pirate Facility doesn't literally have Morph Ball ports in it. It's not designed to be powered by Morph Bombs, it's just that Samus is ingenious and she's using clever features of her suit to sneak around. It's the kind of thing that would make more sense in a movie, but in a video game you have to have really clear indicators of the player of what does what. So there's like what's actually happening if you were to tell the story of Metroid Fusion as a book or a movie. And then there's the video game version of it where we're kind of meant to assume that certain things are gameplay abstractions. This game actually goes out of its way to make a lot of it diegetic, though. Like the pickups all being diegetic. Yeah, right. This 2D plane isn't the entire station, exactly. It's kind of interesting. It's sort of like, you know, when you're reading a book, you really only have the author's description to go on. So the image of the story in your mind's eye is going to be different for everyone who's reading it, depending on how the author describes stuff. I think you have something similar in video games where parts of it aren't, quote, really happening, unquote. They're mostly just there for the benefit of the player to be able to actually interact with the game. I guess every medium has something like that. Diegetic versus non-diegetic music and movies. This is Robert Jordan. She crossed her arms under her breasts. That was the big Robert Jordan-ism that stuck out to me. Whoa! Pretty cool looking enemy. Okay, I think it's gonna be... I really love this team's creature design. But maybe the number of jumps it was going to do would change. It did that time. You can't do it on the one. I keep thinking it's not going to be on the one. Oh, it's based on how tall it is, isn't it? Because it's shorter now. You're not allowed to have iframes. Only I may do that. High jump and jump ball is recovered. Wonderful. Thank you for locking me in the room. Classic. Telling you, one of these days, someone's gonna make the brain interface where you can just will things into being, and I'll get to make my Evo Search for Eden Metroidvania. Will things into being without having to do any of the work involved with making something. Those are the only conditions in which I'd be willing to create. That's interesting. There's got to be something else up here then, right? Maybe it's just to show me that that room's there. think I may have been able to just shoot those the entire time. Power bomb only. Okay. I'm not going to remember that, but that's okay. Just going to pull up the broken section there. I love that this is your first introduction where you're on the same screen as her. I should say. Like, the music there is great, and it can't get to you, and you've already had 2 lesser introductions to it previously. It's introduced the first time when you're completely on a different map, and then again where you just hear the footsteps and the effects of what it's doing without actually being able to interact with it. And then now it's on the same screen as you, but it can't touch you. These are the kinds of like connective tissue things that games like Other M desperately needed. Not that the core premise wasn't flawed and stupid to begin with, but like, if you wanted to go about starting to make it less dumb, that's how you earn things. You can't just like walk into a room and there's the SAX. The fuck is that? Like, now I don't care because it hasn't been built up at all. God, Madeline Bergman was MB? What? I was so invested. The character who randomly exposition dumped me 3 hours ago is important or something? Really got built up and then killed without fanfare, exactly. I feel like you often get payoff without the setup. It's unusual you get setup without payoff. I guess that does happen in movies quite a bit when they like something gets cut in editing, but then they didn't cut the setup as well. What if robots was people? The answer is it literally doesn't matter. That's consistent with my pet theory, which isn't confirmed by any evidence, or the What Happened video, which I finally watched for Other M, that it started out as a prequel and then they changed it partway through. Yo. That's a weird bonding moment. Shoots her in the back and surprises her so much her power suit disables for the scene. There's still stuff in that game, but even after having played it, I can't believe they're real. This is where I really liked another Metroid 2 remake had a button you could press to go straight into Morph Ball for situations like that. Shoot them in the back, disable their power suit, model whatever. Is this the true meaning of respect? Continue to gain height while morphing. Yeah, for every time you get a Celeste developer that like intentionally thinks about and adds a ton of that tech, it's kind of fun when it's serendipitous. Like the developer clearly wasn't thinking too much about it, and now it's really critical to speedrunning. Now I can reach you. Probably that other room further back that I don't care about anymore. Screw attack wall that I'm not going to remember. God, my kingdom to be able to write on the map, you know? A little early for the GBA, but... Sorry. What's up, Adam? Got trouble. Releasing the security lock might have been a bad idea. The SAX has invaded the water environment in Sector 4 with several thousand X. Slipped in easily. Shouldn't have done that thing I told you to do, you idiot. The SAX enemy with my strongest abilities. Does it have reason? Probably not. It's just a killing machine. My current state, I can't face it head on. The SAX is me, only heartless. Threatens the universe? Jesus. I mean, maybe. The galaxy, maybe. I guess it is like this virus pandemic thing that can spread around really easily. I don't know how resilient the X thing would have to be to get out of the Milky Way galaxy, though. Just taking more damage than expected. I knew the X were powerful and destructive, but still. Something with protagonist powers wants to destroy. There's no limit on scope. I find the X fascinating, but I digress. Some to a large creature the researchers called Serris. Can move and attack at ultra high speed. So I'm gonna get the speed booster from it. Serris is returned off into the breeding tank here. I feel like you could edit down some of the text in this game, but you couldn't completely remove it, which means that it fits better versus other M where you could delete virtually every cutscene and there would be almost no value lost. I guess you'd have to explain why Samus's power-ups randomly activate, but they do randomly activate in the second half of the game, so it doesn't really matter, right? Speed boost. I just felt like we were gonna get Metroid games all the time. I don't want this to be an annual franchise. I don't think I want anything to be an annual franchise. almost never a good thing. For the reason I think that like Activision and Ubisoft are kind of icky. They just make games too fast. It's like 2.5 years, that's pretty reasonable. It's about the FromSoft pace. I do like that about Nintendo. They generally have a when it's done philosophy. It usually shows in their games quality. Not always. No, that's cool. Probably a way to get it from further up here. Yeah. I think a lot more creators need to have editors and people to tell them no in general. I think indie devs would benefit from like getting good friends to help them beta test more and edit down their work, even if they're doing a one-man project. Like, you definitely get games that are ruined by committee. Too many cooks in the kitchen, not one leading voice. It's like your Star Wars prequels versus Rise of Skywalker. It's like one of these, the problem is that one person had too much power, and the other one, no one was a decision maker. I think so. Yeah, but who is the Marcia Lucas, or is it Marcia? Of like Super Metroid. Who was the one who said no, George? We can't do that. No, Sakamoto. EA, yeah. It's tough because, like, they're strongly economically incentivized to just put games out as fast as possible. It often doesn't matter if the game is actually really good or polished or not. The extra polish isn't necessarily going to affect its sales, even if it affects its Metacritic score. I think Nintendo just does it because they have such an obscene amount of capital, right? It's like they could operate at a loss for 50 years and still be fine. Pay Yuko, what's the creator venture? I guess I don't know too much about Metroid's development history. Not as notable names as like Miyamoto or stop. He died and went to Sakamoto for Super. Everyone involved in Super made it the game that it was. And Super Metroid is like a perfect game. There's a couple little things that improve with the lessons we've all learned in modern game design, but for what it was and when it was released, I really didn't want to believe that this was a dead end. There's your Metroid Prime 2 Echoes blocker that's not conveyed on the map. It's like some flavor thing that's blocking you. You keep coming back, like, oh, I must have missed a power up there or something. Nothing to do with Prime, made Fusion, which is ultra linear, and had Atom. Yeah, I guess while playing Fusion now with the context of Other M, I can start to see where the problem is starting to develop. Like, it's not terrible. And I think it stands out more in the context of Other M than it would have if Other M had never been made. They'd be like, oh, you remember that Metroid Fusion game? And there was this, like, computer, and Samus kept talking about how it reminded her of her commanding officer. Is that kind of weird? No, it was kind of weird. It was fine, though. It didn't break anything. Yeah, I think this one's still good. I agree. Right. Yeah, I also was not a fan. Definitely not saying that it used to be good and now it's obvious how bad it is. But it was the same with Prime 3 and all the NPCs and stuff. It was just this kind of feeling of, I wish this wasn't here, but it's not so bad that it's completely getting in the way of me being able to enjoy this as a video game. More this feeling of like, oh, I hope they don't do this again. And then they did. What is the point of this? Yeah, this is weird. This feels like this should be progress. Oh, shit. Oh, it's a missile. Roller coaster of emotions there. Mm-hmm. Now that lonely horror-adjacent tone is really important to my definition of Metroid, right? It's like as important to me as like Souls games having this feeling of the setting being bigger than you could ever possibly comprehend and your character being insignificant. Like, that's not in the bullet points of what makes a Souls game or what makes it mechanically different from other games, but if you took that away, I'd hope that you just wouldn't call it Souls anymore and make it a spin-off franchise. Just needing a speed boost to get in there. Got it. Did Sakamoto get sent to the Japanese developer farm? Like what happened to Sakaguchi after Spirits Within? Resident Evil 4 is brilliant, but not Resident Evil at all. Leads to 6, which is also not Resident Evil, and it's also bad. Yeah. That's a good way to put it. It's just starting to become a different thing, but it's still very good. Cool. I like this. You get in here and you just see the corpse of the thing that they were describing. And that's it. Wonderful. More of this, please. He's on a tour like Kojima. Yeah, I was actually about to say that, Walter. Like, do they get exactly the wrong lesson? It's like, oh man, people like Fusion. Oh, it must have been because of all the things we changed. Like, no, we liked it in spite of that. I feel bad even mentioning change in the first place, because you don't want to say every Metroid game should be the same. Just trying to figure out where is it appropriate to innovate and what is sacred about a franchise, right? Oh, I forgot about that, yeah. Metroid's more popular in the West. You really need to stop getting hit and die in this boss fight. Is this boss in another Metroid 2 remake? That's cool. Right. Yeah, sometimes it works. Maybe that's the moral of the story. It's not that you should never take risks and you should never try to change up the formula. It's like, if you're gonna do it, just make sure you do it right. Like, realize the risk you're taking. Realize that there are consequences if you get it wrong. Hoping that would be the last hit. I'm gonna die before I kill him. Yep. I said this a lot during the Breath of the Wild playthrough, but Breath of the Wild is to other 3D Zelda games as 3D Zelda games are to 2D Zelda games. It's like they've started a new subgenre. I do like trying to develop further out from Zelda 1. It's basically what Breath of the Wild is. Now they just have to make modern Zelda 2. I personally disagree. I can't stand open world games. Breath of the Wild is like the one exception. It was a really good reward loop for me. Come on. Could just be my brain chemistry, though. Yeah, I think Link Between Worlds came with a lot of trade-offs that players weren't happy about. I personally like Link Between Worlds a lot. Forward to the penalty. We're willing to give Nintendo a shot at trying anything, right? Till speed boost begins. Yeah, I guess if you put it that way, the open world aspect was the part that I cared the least about. Like, it was the mechanism to find shrines and individual locales like the Lost Woods. It was very pretty, but I'm as disillusioned by that kind of crap as I am in like a Fallout game or a Skyrim type game where I'm like, oh, get on with it. It'll get me to the authored content. I don't care about this shit that you spent a bunch of money on rendering. It's very pretty, but it's a toy. I think the world in Breath of the Wild shined the most when it was like a world shrine puzzle, where like you did something in the open world, and then when you went in the shrine, it just gave you the orb because you already did the puzzle to unlock it and wasn't inside the shrine. At least those are my favorite ones. That's ultimately where I fall, is I really like authored content, and I really hate procedurally generated content. In most situations, there are a couple exceptions if the game is smart about how it uses it, like Terraria or Dead Cells. So lots of roguelites handle procedural generation well. Usually by adding some structure to the procedural generation. Pump control. Turn this shit off. Yeah, I guess I never really cared about quests in Zelda games. I guess the mask stuff in Majora's Mask is cool. Lower the water level, we have more places I can explore now. The word quest is loaded for me. I usually have negative assumptions when I hear it. Oh right, red doors are a lock that I have to find. Oh, Horizon Zero Dawn was great. I guess that's another exception to my I don't like open world games. I think I did? I don't remember now. I don't think I ever actually watched that No-Clip documentary. Can you give me like the elevator pitch? Like, what did they do? They procedurally generated the world, but then they like looked at what was generated and built things on top of it, something like that. Flora and fauna was procedurally placed. Based on a heat map. Oh. So there was some intelligence going into it, basically. It's challenging because I recognize the necessity of procedural generation. Like, you can't make a world on the scope of something like Horizon Zero Dawn, Skyrim, or Breath of the Wild without using procedural generation. It just feels so icky. I'd have to think about why does Horizon Zero Dawn's open world not annoy me the way that Skyrim or Fallout's does? Annoy is not the right word. Why am I excited to explore the world of Horizon Zero Dawn, but I don't really care about Skyrim? It's the same as Breath of the Wild. I'm excited to explore the Breath of the Wild world because I want to find these cathartic milestones. I want to find the towers and the shrines because I know that there's interesting authored content behind them. And not just, okay, this is another cave full of Draugr that loops around. I've seen this a million times. Yeah, it's low on degenerate experiences. That's really it. It's a degeneracy thing. This isn't Draugr Cave number 368. Oh, but there's unique dialogue that you haven't seen before. Yeah, that's a good point. Even the stuff that they had every right to make degenerate, like the cauldrons. It's like, oh, this one's a cauldron that got overrun by wildlife. That makes it a little different. This one has like a tribe of dudes living in there. Yeah, Cave seems like a game that would work for me from what little I've played on Subblock. You have a bit more movement in Horizon Zero Dawn. You can jump pretty high. It's not like Breath of the Wild levels of free climbing. You can't climb everything. But as a third-person game, it's a lot more jumpy, I would say, more vertical than something like Skyrim. I find vendor trash that gives me the opposite of a dopamine hit. Right. Vendor trash that doesn't matter. No unique rewards for exploring. Much of an art randomizers are becoming. Yeah, randomizers are cool. I'm glad that that's such a popular thing. I feel like we're going to see more games that are built around that concept, like we've seen games that are built around speedrunning now. I guess that's interesting because, like, even though the Link to the Past randomizer, for example, is just what it sounds like, it's randomly generated content, that's like crazy compelling to me. Where I can imagine a pretty dull roguelike that would be miserable to try to play through. That has similar rules to Link to the Past. I don't think I can do anything else down here right now, can I? Hey, Game and Trade. Does anyone know, can I kill those balloon enemies yet? I don't think I can, but Can't. Okay, thanks. Co-op Ocarina of Time randomizer. How does co-op work? Is it like the One Mine Super Mario World thing? Trying to generate content versus trying to arrange authored content. That's a smart way to put it, yeah. Oh shit, I'm about to die. We're gonna make it to a save point or something. Playing the same seed and sharing info. Gotcha. Yeah, fast travel is... Man, it's a... major double-edged sword. Let's see what the navigation room tells me here. Serris been infected by the X2. Recovered another ability. Simon's missile upgrade data. You desperately need this. The data room here is filled with a level 4 lock. Crouch. The data room in Sector 2 is blocked by more SAX. It's blocking your recovery intentionally. Head to Sector 3. Wow, so the reason I couldn't progress. Okay, that's fine. I played Twilight Princess relatively recently in terms of like stream time. Like, I think it was like 2015 or 2016, and I've already forgotten everything from it. Oops. Shoot. I don't know what it is about that game that I remember basic ideas and a couple boss fights and like a dungeon gimmick here and there, but did not have very much staying power with me for some reason. How are you liking it otherwise, Leon? Thanks, we've not invaded this area yet. In order to download, you must find the security room here and activate level 2 hatches. This may allow the SAX and X parasites into the area. We're left with no choice. Okay. I see very violent organisms here. Can't handle high temperatures yet, but we're working on it. Okay, cool. Turn back if you encounter an ultra-heated earth. Yeah, no kidding. I feel like the solution to fast travel is to, as you progress through the game, give you more and more options for normal travel. It lets you get around faster, but it's not... It's an easy thing to say, just do this. Why don't they just do that? But you can't do that in every kind of game. Like, I think actually Super Metroid does a pretty good job where once you have the speed boost and the gravity suit and the screw attack, it's really easy to just blast through areas that you used to have to slowly climb your way through. So it doesn't really need fast travel to work. Nope. Guess I have it marked. Oh, that's cool. This was the actual way forward. Wow. I don't have to do exclamation point, oh right, Metroid, because the whole game has been Metroid so far. Neat. I have an analogy for playing Fusion now in the context of Other M, but it's not appropriate. Let me try to think of one that's a little bit more appropriate. If Andrew were here, she would say it immediately, yeah. I just have to tell her about it and she'll share it some other time. If she remembers it, you understand Andrea pretty well, Revenant. Where's the secret here? Oh, cool. Say it and then say it's a prank. Come on, you can just barely start to do the animation of the hall jump. Give it to me, game. You're so mean to tease me like this. Okay, I guess maybe a non-controversial one is like, if you're reading about the production of Star Wars A New Hope, and say you really love Star Wars A New Hope, but you're like watching behind-the-scenes footage where George Lucas is talking about his ideas, he's like, yeah, this is such a good story, I want to have this like Star Killer guy, and this guy Mace Windu, and you're like, oh no, I can see that you have these ideas. You want to like reach through the camera, and I like this thing that you made now, but I can also see the seeds of very bad things to come. It would be really cool if Fusion 4 is a sequel to this, yeah. They've done enough interquels and sequels, or prequels. Like, Fusion changes the status quo in a way that I think is pretty cool. I'd love to see more of that. How can they have Prime 4 when we've already killed Metroid Prime many times at this point? Let's see what's down here. Well, this is just a shortcut to come back. Should not have done that. I gotta go all the way back around now. It's happened to me in another Metroid 2 remake a couple times as well, I think. It's not that bad. Most similar to Metroid 2. Yeah, I think so. Because Metroid 2, I mean, I think it's like we were talking about earlier about obfuscating your keys and your locks, that like I don't think it's actually that much less, I don't think it's actually that much more linear than Super Metroid, but it certainly feels like it because of the way you keep going down and never need to go back up. But the individual sectors themselves, there's a lot of different choices you can make in what order you want to progress through it. I guess this one's a little bit more open than Metroid 2 in that there are reasons to go back to the earlier zones with new power-ups. Is there a shenanigan there where if I shoot partway through? I'm not going to actually pull this off. Just curious. Ooh, yeah, there's a little bit of a forward momentum float there. That's weird. You have to like press the jump button and shoot at the same time. And it gets confused for a second. That's cool. Data room. I'm gonna die immediately after because I'm really low on health. Hold R and press B. About to get wrecked. What is almost certainly a boss room. Oh, never mind. I thought there was a fight here. Looked like it. Creepy. I make it to a save room first. This is pretty cool. Oh, hey, it's just gonna give me a save first. Thanks, game. Jump extend. That's cool. Is that only in Fusion or is that in multiple games? I do kind of like super missiles as being a, well, I have to think about it. Do I like them being a flat upgrade to regular missiles? I guess it's interesting to try to aim your stronger missiles and higher penalty for missing with them. Now having 100 super missiles and everything just does triple damage. The game just scales to it at that point. I guess it opens some things earlier than this. Surely there won't be a boss. Everything's fine. Really, it reduces rate of fire. Can you turn them on and off freely in this one? Hello, robots. Whoa, it's a cool attack. This guy looks like a Final Fantasy VIII enemy. Shooting lots of these things now. Got a little robot brain. Oh, that's cool. That was pretty neat. It's in zero mission, but deactivated. Interesting. Getting space jump removes the ability to wall jump, really? Guess that makes sense. Can you still wall jump when you have space jump and super? Or is it just a work in zero mission? Yeah, if you were perfect. I do like the boss design in this game. I think one of the things that was most frustrating to me about Other M, that's a very long list, but just the enemies not feeling like Metroid enemies, feeling like Devil May Cry enemies, bosses and regular enemies. Like, to me, a regular Metroid enemy dies pretty quickly once you know how to deal with it. And a boss is, oh, let's figure out what the idea is. Okay, once you figured out the idea, the fight's basically over. You might have to execute a little bit. Oh, thanks, game. Those things exist in lieu of bomb jumping, I guess. To use the counter now and have spongy enemies, yeah. It's a lava room, right? Guess whenever I get an upgrade, just out of an abundance of caution, I should go talk to Adam. See what he wants from me. A rogue security robot. Be destroyed if you meet it again. Your safety is vital. Thanks for giving me permission. Sector 5 arc is sub-zero. You're still susceptible to cold and the vaccine side effects. Take damage if you set foot there. Max have destroyed all the data rooms you've used so far. Sector 6, night habitat. Okay. Hey, we're not going in order this time. That's nice. God. It's your dead space. Coming dispatch. Does Samus suspect anything? Hear her closely. See, that was such a short scene that I was able to grimace, but it was already over before I could get too worked up about it. That there is already a bit much for me in Metroid. This is the second time it's happened, actually, this name. I think when you first get down here, you can technically go to 1 and 2, but if you go to 2, everything's locked. And then you can go to 3 and 4, but if you go to 4, everything's locked. I think it's the kind of thing where it feels worse if you like really think and realize if you try to go off the critical path. But if you let the game trick you into thinking, oh, I could have gone the other way first. Varia is here. Dead Spaces, Adult Metroid. Extremely careful until then, they're frozen. Oh no, I really like the idea of the Metroid vaccine and Samus being weak against cold now. I think that's an awesome idea. This game has a lot of cool ideas as far as changing the status quo. I think a lot of it comes from just wanting to come up with a reason why she doesn't have her powers anymore, which I don't think they even need to bother with. That's the best solution, just go the Mega Man route. Who cares? It wouldn't be a video game if she started with all her powers. It's fine. People will get over it. Yeah, I don't feel like there's a feeling of... That's another thing, is there's not a feeling of missed potential in this game, for the most part. Like, it's like the ideas that are good are done well, and then you're like, well, there's this extra stuff that I kind of wish wasn't here, but it's not getting in the way of me enjoying it. Other M has all these ideas where it's like, oh, that could have been cool if you hadn't have done it so stupidly, right? And then there's also extra stuff where it's like, I just wish this wasn't here at all. Not only is that bad, it's difficult for me to conceive of a way to make it not bad. Yeah. The upgrades are getting cleaned. She sent it to the dry cleaner before the mission. Oh no! I love the Prime solution where she just like bumps into a wall. Oh shit! My shit got turned off! I need robot arms, it's cool. Yeah, I love that you have to shoot them to stun them temporarily before they freeze you. That's fantastic. Big fan of that. Man, so like, this game already establishes some relevance for the Metroid hatchling from Super Metroid. So why did they make it relevant again in Other M? In a way that was less cool than this one. Let's go, we used a cell culture from that hatchling Metroid. We used it to fix your infection. It's like, okay, that's cool. Yeah, I guess in this game I can't even get out Metroid Fusion. Stop. Please stop. By the time I finished saying that, it already stopped. Like, oh, good, thanks. Appreciate that. Good looking out, Metroid Fusion. Other M, you say stop and it just keeps going. Take stuff from this and make it worse. Yeah. You know that stuff we only did a little bit in Metroid Fusion? Let's do it way more now. We were talking about the end of Other M in Discord after the fact. All this precious content relegated to Discord that'll never make it to the live stream or YouTube pods. I'm trying to discuss whether it's unfair to the game to think that the Queen Metroid wasn't the real final boss and everything after that was a victory lap a la Yevon. I still feel like it was profoundly weird the way they did that. Like, I don't mind real final boss, victory lap final boss, but god, that shit was strange. And I haven't quite put my finger on why Other M feels terrible, but Yevon is fine. Victory lap, that's also utter shit. There you go. I guess there's no finality to the Queen Metroid fight. Oh shit. God, I like how you... This is great. Oh, I love these scenes in this game. They're so good. You can see the power bomb. You will likely know about them before you get down here. That shit's so good. I don't know, I feel like SAX is such a cool idea for this franchise. Having it stalking you like that. Having to hide, the way it's slowly introduced. I had a almost completely positive opinion of Fusion, other than not liking the cutscene stuff and the text from the computer. I think I just responded very, very positively to the SAX. It feels so on brand, right? Can't play too many games that manage to balance this feeling of it's not a horror game, but it's like creepy, unsettling, lonely. Like, I guess Dark Souls kind of does it for me. Dark Souls isn't a horror game. I think that's Prey's aim, yeah. There's something about those Prey's Arcane Studios, the same folks that make Dishonored, right? Never identified with the horror side of Metroid. Morph. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm super into the whole, like, you're competent, but the situation is kind of scary, and you're alone. Like, I feel like video games are uniquely positioned to make you feel lonely in a way that movies and books can't really pull off as well. You dick. You destroyed my upgrade station. You ate the upgrade. Whoa. I've always gotten kind of an Aliens vibe, where it's like I trust that Ripley is a competent character and she's gonna find a way to figure this out. But also the situation she's in, if I were in this situation, that would be really scary, right? So I'll go actually be able to deal with it because I'm Samus and I'm in this crazy suit. But I don't want to be dealing with that shit. Okay, I guess I see what you're saying. I guess when I say horror adjacent, I mean that it's like kind of creepy and unsettling. Not that it's like literal horror or literal jump scares or that you're literally afraid, just that it's generally creepy. I guess there are, up to this point, I think that last encounter with the SAX is the first one where you can make a mistake that leads to a game over, right? The rest of them are just kind of generally creepy, but you can't interact with her at all. So I can't get up there this way. Horror atmosphere. Yeah, most horror movies are boring for me. If it's like jump scares, that kind of thing, orchestra stings, it's like, okay, I see where this is going. Atmospheric, creepy horror movies fuck with me, though. Yeah, I would describe No Country for Old Men as an existential horror movie. That one makes me really uncomfortable. Even though there's no jump scares or crazy music or anything like that. Calculated. Only meant to come down here. Yeah. I do think sudden stealth level in game that isn't otherwise about stealth generally is a bad idea. Most of it's very short. I think it's set up kind of like the stealth missions in Zero Mission though, right? Where like if you detect it, you just have to run. It doesn't like trigger an instant game over or anything. Probably could have come in here and just eaten the damage earlier, I assume. But there ends up being no reason to. Oh, you need power bombs. Okay. Even like the SAX having access to power bombs before you do, and that like featuring in the story, it's one of those things where it's like you're reading the production notes for A New Hope. Mace Windu, you're like, no, stop. That is, wow. Fuck you, game. Rude. I don't remember that being a thing. The bat missile tank. I do like the way it makes you go, what the fuck? There's no way that room existed just for that, right? There's gotta be an actual secret in here. I feel like that's one of those things about Metroid Vision that's hard to teach. Applies outside of Metroid games too. Wait, are you kidding me? Like, why would they just put this empty room here? There's gotta be something here. Yeah, there's no dot in the room. Favorite version of that is the screen where way too much of the screen is empty space. Like if you walk into a room and like 4/5 of the screen are just a wall, and you're like, what the fuck? Why would they make an entire screen for 4/5 of it to just be a wall? You must be able to bomb this or something. Done. Oh, are you staying? How did that X download the Varia suit data? That doesn't seem to make any sense at all. Unless they have the ability to process data. Section only will freeze you so you can escape easier. You're still too weak. I think it's too much for you. No way of damaging it. Simulations indicate a penetrating weapon like the plasma beam might work. Developing modification data will take HK some time. Chance to be able to restore your plasma beam by absorbing a large core X, as you did with the charge beam. Ah, that's kind of cool. Your cellular makeup would reject the ice beam, so they developed an ice missile. Ben, this is a really hard game to pet you during. I kinda need both hands to play it. Yeah, I think the game harping on how weak you are, I mean, it's literally true in this one because of the whole... You had to have this surgery to get the parasite removed thing. Also, in retrospect, I wish that had been on screen. I wish there had been a Ridley Hatchling style prologue mission where that happens, instead of it just being effectively a cutscene when you boot the game up. I don't think I thought about that when I played it before, but having played other M now, I'm like, Maybe they just didn't want to, like, have Samus in her old suit at all, you know? Level 3 security hatches are yellow. Ben, you're lucky Adam talks so much. You get some pets when... Oh, shut up. There's a way to make sure you don't forget SX and whoop you. I just mentioned that it's alarming in the context of Other M, where like the whole Other M premise seems to be, look how much Samus sucks compared to Adam. He's the real badass that's gonna save the day. Doesn't seem right. Do I have to like missile it from here maybe? That was good. He killed those Metroids off-screen in a situation where it was unclear what he was actually doing to save the day. I'm pretty sure Sakamoto was going for an Adam's not actually dead because you didn't see him die thing, right? If Other M had been crazy popular and we got Other M. Melanie Bachman, Mother Brain Requiem. Oh yeah, and the Anthony thing was so fake, right? Oh my god. Something trite like Adam is the villain in Other M2. And Samus gets really sad because she has to kill her former CO. He doesn't have all of the hallmarks of an author insert, and I know people have said that that's not explicitly not the case. But it's a song and dance I've seen before. I already kind of hate Other M as a title, too. It's like a Kojima title. Revengeance. It's incredibly dumb. I just think the title's stupid. Eye roller. Or if it's like just a problem that a subtitle like Other M would get localized. Be like, we're not going to call it that in the Western release. That's too stupid. Call it something dumb in a way that's inverted from that. Call it like Metroid Rising or Metroid Origins or what are the other awful Western subtitles that we get millions of all the time? Metroid Apocalypse. Metroid Legacy. It's probably stupid. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool. This game has a lot of cool ideas. And it executes on them well. And no one was sad about those things. Do have the yellow doors now in order to go back down. It's interesting, I feel like those gates, the ones where you can only shoot them from the one side, even though they're functionally identical to these like atom sealed doors, they feel less bad to me than the atom sealed doors. Because it's like I get to the gate and I'm like, okay, I know once I go through this I won't be able to backtrack. Metroid Herp. Should just be called Metroid what? Metroid, I award you no points and may God have mercy on your soul. Metroid, stop. Well, this one still does have a power-up icon in the room. I don't know what's better. Is it Metroid what or Metroid why? So I ask both questions. Cool. That's cool. So I don't think I've gotten stuck at all in this game so far. I think that's a good thing. So you probably want to get stuck occasionally, and it could possibly be too easy where you always know where to go. It might just mean that the game does a good job of making it pretty clear when there's something that you're missing in the room that you're in, if that makes sense. Okay, I think I get this room. Cute. I think that's the main way I get stuck in Metroidvania is I'll go to a room, there's something to do in that room. It's not clear to me that there's something to do in that room, so I leave thinking there's nothing there. Or that I'm not supposed to do it until I get more power-ups later. And I rule something out by mistake. Do you care what a general is? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's like, what does all this mean to y'all? Nothing? Oh, cool. Flying shadow thing in the background. Written linearly as a stream of consciousness. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. At no point did they go back and say, oh, we had this idea for the third act. Let's go back and add some stuff that leads up to that. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, I don't think that... Well, I do think that every story should be precise, but I guess I understand people in different audiences that don't really care about precision very much. But it is something that's important to me. I like sight readability, I like method content, I like precision. Metroid another M. Yeah, you're probably right. That guy looks like a Chrono Trigger enemy. Power bomb for power up. Voice acting.
Emergency in Sector 3. Emergency in Sector 3.
Emergency in Sector 3. The area could melt down soon. Main boiler's coiling unit is malfunctioned. Destroy the entire research station. 6 minutes. The SAX must have hacked into it. What an impressive intelligence. I do like going back to Sector 3 here. This is pretty cool. I like the classic countdown font. I still think the best countdown thing I've ever seen in a Metroid game was in Metroid 2 Remake. That was the, like, highlight of that game for me. It was really cool. It doesn't let you save, because what if you saved in an unwinnable state? I do like the explosion at the end just happening. I didn't realize it wasn't possible to fail, but they did a good job of, for a blind player, tricking you into thinking that it definitely was. Like, there's some subtle massaging going on behind the scenes to make it look like the bar is filling faster than it should be. Like it goes up an extra 2 pixels if you get to a place a little early. So I guess it's like Mass Effect, right, where it breaks down once you understand what's going on under the hood, but on a blind playthrough it's pretty neat. Whoops, this is not the right way. I think I wanted to go up and around the top of it. Yeah, 'cause there's no other path there from here. Oh, I might be in trouble. We'll see. Oh, I'm super dead. How did I get up there in the first place? So that's just a shortcut where I came back from the other direction? Oh, I probably need to freeze something to get up there, don't I? We can go through here now, maybe that gets me down there faster. Nope, this is just a missile tank. Oops. Give me a sec here. That's probably what I gotta do. Come here, man. Up here. Not there, though. It's too... Shit. It's okay, I'll die and then I'll try again. Okay, can refreeze. That is a one-way drop. Good to know. Well, this will be as close as it's ever been then. Go, 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 go! Seriously? I thought this was progress for sure. Oh, there it goes. Bomb just wasn't close enough to that wall. Thank you, voice acting. Don't fall in the lava here, it's very bad. Let's go faster. Things can't be destroyed, good to know. Or at least you can keep using them as a climbing point. Probably the closest I've ever cut it on a real Metroid timer. Probably be my first time actually running out the clock. Wonder if this is RNG, if the speedrunners have to deal with getting bad RNG on this door. Oh good, super missiles just insta-destroy it. Sorry. Side doors are RNG. Oh, I'm super dead. That's unfortunate. It gave me tons of time too. Wide beam. Cool. Oof. I almost murdered that scientist before he turned into a horrific monster. Everything's fine, nothing is ruined. "22 seconds too fast. And dock your pay. Bureaucrat never finishes early. I think you can just roll out of here now. Wonder if that was like a shit. We don't have any reason for you to go back to the pyro area and use the Varia suit. Shit, we don't have any other progression upgrades to give you. Why don't we give you a weapon upgrade and make it mandatory? Nice change of pace though, to like suddenly have to go back to an earlier map. Let's see what's up this way. I like when games establish a formula and then break it. It's kind of cool. So I probably need to not kill those things. I don't have enough time to jump off those. Hey, it was a real E-tank. Feels like a capture. Yeah, that's cool. I like stuff like that. The developer-player handshake type thing. I see what you did there. I feel like most formulas like that are justified for being formulas if you come up with a way to break them like that. As mean as the door in Mario 2 is. Mario 2 USA. Doki Doki Panic. You mean Samus Returns or the 3DS? Good thing there were no enemies there in another Metroid 2 remake, or I would have been dead. The X movement to crew member. It all makes sense now. The X can absorb the memories and knowledge of their prey. What an astounding find. Could have destroyed the station with the X in it, not to mention the SAX. Unusual for a self-preserving species like the X. Unless your presence is an even greater threat. Man, trying to patch a plot hole that they just opened for themselves. Stored power to the main elevator. Okay. Haven't been back there for a while. That's cool. Get more inner monologue from Samus. Nope. Thank God. Relaxed walkout with the Metroid hatchling. Secret. I really like the nebula background they used. It looks cool in 16-bit. I didn't think they would put a navigation room in my way if I didn't need to talk to it again. I guess it was there from earlier in the game. Save really quick. Metroid 2 just had the issue of being a Game Boy game, so Samus had to take up like a quarter of every screen, right? Made it kind of challenging. Art from adversity, sounds like. Don't look for things until, surprise, this is a Metroid game again. Doesn't matter. No, it does. Hey, it's the animals from Super Metroid. That's cute. I don't think I knew about saving the animals in Super Metroid when I was a kid, so when I played this game, I didn't understand the significance of those things. Cute. Hey, cool. You're welcome. You guys had way too many tire swings. Tire swing saturation right there. Dacoons and Decoras, they've got names? I've met these intelligent beings before. They seem to recognize me as well. It's literally the same ones from Super Metroid. Okay. In the past, they helped me unleash abilities I didn't know I had. Where did they run to? I hope they're safe. See what Adam has to say. Yo, Robo Adam. Survivors are not human. Most unfortunate. Can I confirm the deaths of all crew members? I imagine that was the case, but I hoped it wasn't so. Form is too weak for battle. I'm sure the others are merely food for the X. So power bomb data as soon as the hardware team finished it. Sure the power bomb's not gonna... Sector 5, okay. Power bomb's not gonna destroy the entire facility. That's something we should realistically worry about. Pretty cool. I like that that's the only room in the game that has that slow pan as you walk to the left. Might be more optional to do up here. Come back later though. Cuts to an FMV cutscene on the Game Boy Advance, like they used the extra 30 megabytes just to fit this thing in there. That frozen thing looked just like Ridley. Ridley. The one who killed my parents. And then it's just like 7 minutes of Samus screaming. Oops, that was an accident. I know it looks like I'm keeping my cool, but inside I'm freaking out all the time. Quick, do Sakamoto's special edition release of all previous Metroid games, where Samus is screaming inside her suit constantly through the whole game. Thanks! You've been to this data room before, but I'll show you its position again. Lock the door before showing me that. That one was probably the most egregious in the game so far. The rest of them haven't been that intrusive. I don't know if Jennifer Hale would agree to scream that much. Just the one with the power bomb? I think it was, yeah. And there's that flying thing in the background again. It's cool. How I did it without comment earlier. It wasn't relevant the entire time we were there. Then you come back and you're like, oh yeah, I remember that. Set up, remind, payoff. Power bombs. Instead of a 1.0 classic, I would like to see them restore the story in some way, if there was like a flashback mission or something. Makes me sad that there's like this super significant unplayable content. Oh god. Go. So scary. Too scary. Makes sense. It's interesting that they like got rid of doors that can be opened by your upgrades. They had to make these like organic things, which are also in Super Metroid. Let me start you with a shitload of power bombs in this game. you. So back to that data room. Lame. Hey, I was able to make it. Can't be all that's in this room, is it? Didn't think so. Nice. Can I make that, though? I don't think there's enough spin-up room for that. It must be coming from another direction. Interesting. Alright, there's a power-up I'm skipping down here. Didn't even see that in the top of the room there. Might be possible for a shine spark. Maybe. I was wondering if I had to get it from the other side of it. Because that would be the first one in the game that requires a shine spark. I think I like the approach of moving the ice beam onto the missiles. As much as it's cool to freeze Metroids and then missile them to kill them, I think for general play elsewhere in the game, it's better to have freeze be a special action, I think. It's just unfortunate that you go from your super missiles to ice missiles and you no longer one-shot them. Important information at your ship. Well, that's ominous. Okay. Yeah, exactly. That's why I like them shunting it onto the missile. Run around and killing things most of the time, and then optionally freeze stuff when you need it for a platform or whatever. Oh, cool. Forgot about this. Nice. Speaking of setting up an expectation formula and then subverting it. Yeah, it has variety and it has like reason to have variety. Nice. So I like that the implication there is that that was like Ridley's frozen corpse, and that you're going to be fighting an SAX or an X-parasite mimic of Ridley. I mean, it's still ridiculous that we keep coming back to Ridley, but at least in this case, it's not literally Ridley again, right? Samus, we need to talk. Being a clone was so dumb. It added nothing. I thought they were going somewhere with it, with the whole... You find its husk, and you're like, oh man, does that mean that, like, we're gonna fight like a mutant Ridley or something? But no, it didn't matter. Or mean anything. Ship in this one reminds me a lot of Secret of Evermore. The main silo of the reactor core has gone offline. That's why all elevators and station systems are down. If I get to this point, maybe able to start the auxiliary power system. I should return here to tell you some strange creatures aboarded your ship. They were not ex-hosts and gave them a birth. Aw! Good little camera. Presence in the midst of the disaster must have some significance. I'll keep them here. And now those things are awake. Gotcha. The husks. They're event flag husks. At least they set that up pretty well and made it clear what was happening, right? I'll have to go back and watch the cutscene again, but it looked like it was like a hollowed out Ridley husk. Like something had popped out of it, basically. In Other M. I mean, it was just a corpse, and that's like extra stupid. Maybe my brain just filled that in. It was like, that's the only thing that could be cool here. It was just Ridley dead for no reason before the final boss fight. That would be stupid. Other M wouldn't be stupid, would it? I like how you sometimes get to enemies that just ignore the freeze on the missile too, and they just behave like normal super missiles. It's generally the case for bosses, I think. Oops, probably didn't need to do that. Overkill. Skip the power up back there. Whoa! That's a spooky spider! Don't do that. Okay, it's got a weak mouth. Possibly a weak butt also. Doesn't look like it. Bosses that change color when they're low in health. Whoa, you got my screw attack. That's... only I may do that. Cut that shit out. That shit's weird when you do it. Who would have thought the spider monster would be the screw attack boss? It's kind of cool. They have some fun with it, right? Given that it's just a weird alien that steals your powers. Shit, I'm gonna die. Whew, kinda close there. I'm not dead yet. I'm not done yet. I forgot how hard these things hurt. I'm not careful. Don't give me missiles. I need health. Space jump recovered. Somersault continually in air. I guess it's not screw attack, space jump. That's fine. Very cool. Yeah, I love that too, generic. Making Samus weak against cold is so cool. Save rooms and recharge rooms are now back online, but with only auxiliary power. The source of the problem is the vegetation you saw earlier. Find the source of the roots. I wonder why that door is extra fat. Hey, Han, how you doing? Reyes as though it was Metroid trained. You probably have the right interpretation. I just assumed it was a husk and that something crawled out of it. So I was like, what could they do with Ridley? Oh, Ridley's dead. Well, that must imply, since that happened off screen, there must be something cool about that that I'm not seeing. I bet it's a husk. Tempted to pop on my ship and get the full heal. Takes me somewhere I've been before, right? Yeah, okay. The door didn't go in up here. There was a power bomb block before. Yeah. Oh, those are good healing. Are you serious, game? You've arbitrarily locked the doors. Video games. Don't have that yet. Nice. 105 feet in a couple hours. Why is the source of the vegetation? Wouldn't it be down in the reactor area? I would think. I guess maybe that's why it's locking all the doors. 40 feet in 4 hours. Ugh. I love tabletop, but man. Just goes down to my ship. That area looks like it's done though. I don't think there's anywhere else for me to go northeast. I think these are all dead ends. Let me check. No, that door's open. Does the power bomb double as an X-ray visor in this game? Does it reveal stuff? Are these doors even open? I can't go through here. Ah, nice then. That's cool. That path must have been from the elevator, and now I can't go back to it. Alright, it must be back down by the reactor, which makes sense. I'm surprised they're locking out some doors, but not other ones. Seems weird. Somewhere that would require the space jump to get to, presumably. Nothing up there. Nothing down at the bottom. That was one way before. This is where it first told me, fix the problem. Just for a tip here soon. Pickup that I missed before. The charge shot's stronger than the missiles. That's interesting. I'm also getting my ass kicked right now. I feel like the healing from the X parasites doesn't really keep pace with your energy tanks in this game. You get to a point where you can only really heal from recharge rooms. I love how even if you say confirm neutralize it or confirm mission objective no, it still confirms a mission objective for you, right? It's pretty funny. Let me save. I did get a missile tank that I missed down there. Don't think there's anything in these save rooms. Alright, I'm ready to ask for a tip. Does anyone know generally which area of the ship I'm supposed to go to now to find the thing that's messing with the reactor? You would think it would have to be down, right? Since it's roots. But I don't think there's any way to go down from here. And nowhere, as far as I can tell, to use the space jump. Well, shit. I'll Google it here in a second. You definitely need... Oh, this is probably it. Never mind, we're good. I think I found it. Didn't see this on the western wall last time. I'll get in there with no health. Oh, I hear the SAX. Pretty spooky. No! I'm super dead. Yeah, let me go find a save point so she doesn't insta-kill me this time. That might be a room where you have to deal with her no matter what. Stop reconstituting. So I've gone around at just the wrong angle and missed that before. Yeah, I need a recharge station real quick and then we're gonna fight. Thank you. Confirm mission objective? No. Well, I'm gonna do it anyway. Deal with it, Samus. Wonder if you can get up here via freezing these guys. I don't see why not. Pretty pissed her off. She hits you like a truck. I think there was a place I could have hidden there. I'll just slow walk in this room too, that's cool. This is Metroid Fusion. Must have been the wind. I'm glad there's at least one forced encounter with her, so you can see how nasty she is. I love the way Sector 2 mutates compared to when you come here the first time. It's pretty cool. I think these vines make it so I can't wall jump. Oh, I don't have to wall jump, I have space jump. That's right. Right, I can use portals. Doesn't seem right. Oh, I see. Does that do me any good? Save first. Oh, I can't. Okay. I wonder how the game determines which of the gray doors to just always have open and which ones need to be locked. Like, I think it's just the ones that aren't locked are the ones that the dev wants you to go down, but sometimes there are still some dead ends, so it makes it confusing. Hey, more power bombs. Gonna make a stealth game where the protagonist's name is the Wind. Yeah, I love that big red heal. I guess that's a elegant way to heal you before boss fights, right? Have those doors. Falling in these things sucks. It's really hard to get out of them. Oh my god. I actually don't know how to get out once this happens. I'm mashing buttons. Dude, I'm gonna... Wow. There must be a way to get out, right? Santa Claus figure named the wind who leaves guards' presents. Oh, it must have been the wind. Thanks, the wind. Oh god, sir. That one's pretty awful. You read boss door healing? No, not again! Okay, just stay put. This is fine. Looks like a captured Chozo. Which is very similar to a Mother Brain fight. Hooray, millions of missile tanks. God, those lasers do not feel good. Must be the plasma beam, right? Okay, I can shoot it for healing. That's good to know. No! Ah, lame. It's too bad. That water is really hard to get out of. That's a bummer. Every time's a charm. Now I know I can heal off those guys, or just shooting them normally though, that's helpful. It would suck if your speedrun was ruined by that eyeball door getting the wrong thing. Get out! Now, this is basically a Mother Brain fight, but with plants. No! Get out! Heal me a bunch. Mother Green. Wow, I was only one shot away from killing it before, too. Just trying to heal unnecessarily. Beam pierces enemies. It's both useful for enemies and for progression now, because I can open gates from the opposite side, I think. Hey, no, the doors are open because it's not. We need to describe how killing a boss is gonna open a bunch of locked doors. I don't know, the plant is choking the reactor? Okay, fine. This room is still suspicious. That's what that was for. Oh, interesting. I really like these things are all over Sector 2, and you're like, what's up with these cocoon things? No, I didn't say the game needs to justify it. I said that the game decided it needed to justify it, right? I don't mind if you just arbitrarily can't access areas, but for story reasons, they specifically said the doors were locked because the power reactor was choked with plant roots. You restored plasma beam functionality? Most unexpected. Isolated the cause. Yeah. That's why the doors opened up. No, it literally said that. I got auxiliary power back on, so the save rooms and the recharge rooms are back, but the elevators and the doors don't work because something's choking the reactor. Say Sector 5. Damage seems to have been caused by a creature kept here by the researchers who named it the Nightmare. The one that's been flying around constantly. Gravity. Oh, you can see all the cracks in the glass now. This game's got a lot going for it. It actually follows up on this whole idea of when you backtrack, something about the area you were just in has changed. It's pretty cool. Water. Oh, it doesn't let me shoot through those yet. Okay. Never mind. Going to explicitly block me from doing this until I get access to gravity suit. Okay. Like Kinder. Oh, it got us through a red door. That's cool. Our Chrono Trigger monster is missiles only. I should have started playing this game keeping in mind looking for rooms where in order to get out of the room you have to kill every regular enemy. Oh, interesting. I can't jump higher now. I think it's extremely rare in most of the original Metroid games, maybe even Metroid Prime. Part of what made it stand out so weird in Other M. Can't do anything in there yet. But they're like space pirates that turn into space pirate crab creatures. Excuse you. I wonder if any of these changes to the maps make any items inaccessible after the change. I assume no. You can always go back and just 100% the game whenever you feel like it. Oh, rude. So mean. It's a nightmare. Oh, this was the thing, the weird fucking thing from Other M. Did not remember it was in this game at all. And it has the gravity powers. I like that the gravity makes it so your missiles don't launch all the way up at it. That's pretty cool. This thing looked really dumb in 3D. Shit. It's okay, Game Boy Advance, you can do it. I believe in you. That was the dream right there, though. I'm gonna die here. Kill it next attempt. Get really unlucky on where it manages to start flying towards you. Get all the heals! Touch me, it hits really hard still. Hooray! Sweet. I appreciate that getting those power-ups gives you a slight heal, so you don't walk into the next room and then insta-die, right? I suppose. I generally get frustrated when you get these big space settings and you have such a small universe. You keep coming back to the same places over and over, right? Like, it's absurd to me how many times we go back to Tatooine and Star Wars when it's this, like, it's so supposed to be a backwater where nothing happens. Oh, I guess this was one way. Okay. I feel like her suit, the fusion suit, was designed to look cool with the gravity suit. The Varia suit looks a little messy by comparison. Heard themselves. Yeah, that's a really good question about the sled person. That's why that's there. It's a cool E-tank. Interesting. How the heck, though? Wait, what? Just a drop on it from above, I guess? Must be. I was gonna say, something about the way the X-parasites move reminds me of Golden Sun. And I think it's just that cool GBA sprite stretching attack, I should say. I assume I have to come back with the screw attack to get that. I'm not allowed to get the screw attack before I leave. I didn't realize that was a one-way drop before. Okay. That's a thing, apparently. Good to know. Thought that was gonna kill me. I was curious what was gonna happen. Yeah. I'm okay with the occasional invisible wall that you can jump through, but I feel like it needs to be really well conveyed for it to not feel cheap. There's got to be a different way out of here then. It's so cool. You're fighting a regular space pirate, and then a parasite reaches it and turns it into a Zoidberg space pirate. I'm gonna go until it says 4 on the clock since we started slightly late. Next week we're probably gonna beat this in like the first hour, so I'll make sure I've got a Mario or a Mega Man game spooled up and ready to go. Yeah, that would have been cool if they messed around with that more. I agree. I think it might be up and around. Glad I got that energy tank though, or it wouldn't have gone that way. There it is. No, it's just a recharge room. Please let there be something on the other side. Yeah, they could have had some fun with it. I definitely like the X-Parasites as an enemy. I feel like it would be cool to bring them back. See if Metroid Prime 4 actually takes place after Fusion or not. So I'm super confused as to how to get out of here. The obvious place to get out says it requires the screw attack, which I do not have. I thought it was going to be through up here, but it doesn't seem right. It's not this room. Oops. Oh, I'm never going to another HOA meeting. They signed the paperwork. I have no reason to talk to them. Maybe it's supposed to be a shine spark, but I don't think the game ever requires that. I also don't think it lets you get through that ceiling there. I was surprised there were so many necessary shine sparks in another Metroid 2 remake. Fuck. No, it's gonna be hard to do anything. Okay, so I can get all the way up here. This looks like it should be the way out, but it doesn't destroy that, does it? And maybe there's another place to go further down. When it says go back to the navigation terminal, they mean do something else first. Let's see what else I can do now that I'm in the water, I guess. Okay. Run through there. That's probably it. I'm keen to be able to draw on the map, right? Ooh. Well, I have a guess of what the next power-up's gonna be, at least. Excuse you. Hey, thanks. Six gun made it. Ray. Can I make it to that save point in 30 seconds? No. Alright, future Marstead, you probably have barely an hour left, if that. Just make sure that you've got a second game set up. You did just unlock this water area, so you can explore the whole thing. There's a save point all the way on the right. Oh, really? Any changes due to COVID? Go south and east. Thanks, folks. Let you guys know what's coming up.